Alright, welcome back to Flight Sim 2020 and welcome back to a beautiful, very early morning here at Kazungula airstrip in Zimbabwe, where we finished off the previous episode. This is, of course, episode 29 of the Neofly series. We're back in our yellow and black 222, and we're starting off super early because we actually have a search and rescue mission to do. So the plan is to go out. Or no, it's not a search and rescue, it's the landing zone one. So we're gonna pick up a doctor who's on their way to the airport now, and then we need to go ahead and drop them off at a particular point, and then from there it is going to be a long day of flying. We've got a bunch of stuff to do here in and around Zim and Victoria Falls, and we'll be ending the day with a kind of late afternoon flight all the way down to Cape Town in South Africa to prepare for our brand new reveal in episode 30, which is obviously the next episode. So what we need to do is, first of all, let's open up our Skyforsim tablet and get our doctor boarding. So let's jump in here, and I know these people are already there. Stuff, how do I open this door again? There's a handle here somewhere. Oh, it is that one. Cool. Okay, the Skyforsim tablet actually isn't working. I think it's because I need to update it. So I'm actually just going to do this through the Neofly app, which means you won't see it, but it's fine. It'll be very quick.
Transporter from dispatch. Emergency. Emergency. The doctor is on his way. As soon as he is on board, rush to the drop zone.
Okay, the only issue is it means I'm going to need to use the app to see where to go, because I normally use the little tablet.
I'm the medic. Let's go.
But it's not the end of the world. We're basically heading
Aircrew, the medical team and equipment are on board.
Slightly west of north.
Go.
Okay, so they're on board. We need to get going. Luckily, the only thing that we have left to do is fire up the engine, so we'll just do anti-collision light. I'm going to try this method of starting this time. Rather than just using the start assist thing that I used in the last episode. Okay, so we're heading kind of over here. Right, engine 1 is coming up. We'll fire up engine 2 as well.
You're good to go. Contact the tower for clearance.
That used to go up way smoother. Okay, both engines are running. So we can do generators on. These can come off. The rest is already good. Okay, only thing that's on is parking brake, which is fine. Let's just get landing lights. And we are good to go. So do need to be a little bit careful here because it's very dark. Should have some city and street lights to go by once we're airborne though, so we should be okay. And it's going to be a right hand turn out over the runway, over the trees, and then we just head that kind of, let's maybe just dial this in something like that. Right, let's get out of here. No searchlight on this aircraft, which kind of sucks. The 145 and the 125 both have the optional spotlights.
Fly safe, and good luck.
Okay, speed's coming up, gears coming up. Got a little bit in the way of visual references, not too much. Landing at a remote area is going to be interesting, but we'll see what we can do. Everything's looking good. We're still climbing nicely. We'll go up to about 4,500, which will give us plenty of clearance over the terrain. We're coming up to about 1,000 feet AGL, so on the radio altimeter. So we'll keep it around this altitude. Just need to head a little to our left. Normally how you identify these locations is with smoke, so that's also going to be a little tough in the dark. Not too far now, it's just over the river here. Nice clear early morning though. It does feel quite windy, like we're getting pushed to the right a lot. Okay, I think we're pretty much on course here. A little bit left still. Yeah, there's going to be no light out here where we actually need to find the crash site. About 1,000 feet AGL. Just below, I think. Oh no, just above. 1,400-ish. 1,350. Okay, speed's good, everything's in the green. Altitude, we're climbing slightly. Right, we're probably about 2 or 3 minutes out now. Once we've dropped off the doctor, we'll be heading back to Victoria Falls, where we'll be jumping into the workhorse for the day. We've got a bunch of fairly short cargo flights planned. I think we might have a couple of passengers scattered in there as well, but if I remember correctly, it's mostly cargo stuff. Finding this place is going to be very interesting. So I'm going to slowly start reducing the altitude and keep an eye on the radio altimeter. So 3 miles puts us pretty close now to where we need to be. Just want to try and get to the point where my landing lights are actually working. There's something down there. That's gotta be it, right? Yeah. It looks like it is just all trees down there though. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is just get to the point where we can use the landing lights. So I'm going to slow down and just reduce the altitude. And we can use that as a nice visual reference. Why is it disappearing? Is it cloudy here? Doesn't seem like it. Sure, it looks like it's just trees all over here. It's just starting to do their job now. Oh, that's all cloudy there. Not cloudy. That's all trees. Okay, landing gear coming down. Get much lower than that 200 feet. vehicle's moving. It's interesting. Okay, now we just need to use the lights to find somewhere where we can actually land. Not much in the way of options here, is there? Feels like maybe directly underneath us was... No, it's just the shadows. Trees along here. Kind of just keep nice and low and just keep circling out until I can spot a place that's open. What, the fire engine is just slowly rolling away. There's a small open patch. That's a bit too small probably. Any good choices. Fuel as well, which is getting low. Damn, I thought that was an open patch, but it's just a bit of darker trees. Sure, not much in the way of options here. In fact, pretty much nothing. There's a little open patch. Okay, I think that's our best option so far. Let's see if we can do that. Just want to rotate a little bit here. Something like that. Creep forward just a bit. Possibly, I think, a little bit more forward.
Transporter from dispatch. You did it. Nice. Secure the aircraft with the parking brake. On the way to the crash site.
Right, so let's see I think we just have to drop her off and then we head back.
Transporter from dispatch. Good job, pilot. You saved a life today. Find a way to come back or go to the nearest airport.
Right. So, what we can do... chuck that in, and it's actually pretty much straight in front of us. Right, let's go ahead and get out of here. Keeping the parking brakes on just so we don't roll backwards, and I can lift the nose off nicely. Gears coming up. Alright, and this should be way more chilled. First of all, because we're going to fly pretty much over the city. And then, secondly, because we'll have a nice lit apron at Victoria Falls when we arrive. So no more playing around in the dark. Right, let's pick up a bit of speed. Let's see, what does it say in terms of time? We're looking at about 9 minutes. Okay, so nice short flight back. Okay, so now that we're on our way back to Vic Falls, the plan is for the rest of the day to be operating our, well, I was going to say brand new for us, not brand new aircraft, in that it has been around for many years, but it recently just released for Flight Sim, and I picked one up for Neofly as well, which is the C46. Now, what concerns me about the 46 is that it's a tail dragger, and I have always struggled with tail dragger aircraft. So, and it's not exactly a small tail dragger either. But I did a test with it yesterday, and with a bit of practice, I reckon I can get it right. So we're going to be doing a bunch of flights in the C46, and in fact I think one of the airports we're coming to is this one here. So we're actually in Zambia at the moment, and we're going to cross over into Zimbabwe in just a bit. But throughout the day we're going to be operating the C-46. A couple of short routes around this area. So out of Victoria Falls, we're going into Kazungula again, which is where we took off from now this morning. And then that'll be a full day's charters in and out of Vic Falls. Obviously, we're probably going to do maybe 2 or 3 different destinations. And then with the cargo loading and unloading times in between and all of that good stuff, that's going to be a full day's charter work. And then we're off in the BAE 146-300 freighter version from Vic Falls down to Cape Town. And that's where we will be receiving our new aircraft, which will be revealed in episode 30. That flight is probably going to be about 3 hours in the 146. So we probably want to start that. Yeah, maybe we'll just do 2 charters in the C-46. Mind you, they're short routes. They're probably 10-15 minute flights. So we'll see how it goes, because if it's going to take 3 hours, we probably want to land around 5 o'clock latest. So we need to start that flight latest, I'd say 2 o'clock. Let's say 1:30. So we'll keep an eye on the time as we do the C-46 flights and kind of make sure we're out of Vic Falls by 1:30-ish. The other thing is, the weather in Cape Town looks very rough. And I think it's expected to get worse later in the afternoon. So that's going to be very interesting as well. Currently, this morning, it's raining with 2,000 meter visibility. Clouds are scattered at 1,005 and broken at 3,000 with heavy rain. That's the conditions now. Later on, the forecast says 4,000 foot visibility, which is, 100% improvement, but still heavy rain and broken clouds at 2,500. Now, obviously, that's just a forecast. What actually ends up happening later this afternoon is anyone's guess. But anyway, right now, heavy rain with 2,000 foot visibility. Sorry, 2,000 meter visibility. It's 1.2 statute miles. Gonna be interesting. Not too worried about the rain. And then also visibility of 1.2 statute miles is fine. Hopefully that just doesn't get worse. If that gets worse, we're going to have some challenges. And then obviously if it ends up being overcast down to like 500 feet. Of course, in the 146 we can do the ILS. But it is still old school gauges, so it is a little trickier. No auto land. So I think we can do, well, we can do Cat 2 because Cape Town is Cat 2 certified. I'm pretty sure the 146 is Cat 2 certified as well. Okay, just over 3 minutes out. The falls are just over to our left here. Can't see very much, although the sun is just starting to turn the sky orange and red on the horizon. can see the runway lights. Just seeing if I can spot the apron, which I think I can see the lights over there. Uh, 140 out. That's the other thing I probably should have mentioned about Cape Town's weather. Winds 18, gusting 29. So yeah, gonna be some fun landing there. Coming in very high. He's picking up the inner marker, really. Interesting. Alright, welcome back to Victoria Falls.
Great work out there today. Another life has been saved thanks to you.
where did you come from? Right, there we go. Safely arrived at Vic Falls. Okay, so we can leave the chopper on the apron here. 46 is down on the other side. So let's just see. Okay, I think just for the sake of saving a bit of time, I'm gonna cut it here, and then I will join you again once we're on the grass with the 46 ready to start up and see where we're going with our first flight. I think our first flight might actually be Kazangula, but we'll see. So I'm going to cut it here. I'll see you in just a bit. Alright, so here we are on the grass ramp at Victoria Falls in our C-46 in old school Japanese markings, it looks like. And we have an interesting, challenging flight for the rest of today, because number one, I haven't flown the 46 very much. Two, it's a tail dragger, which I'm not particularly good at. And three, we are flying hazardous cargo today, which means we cannot land harder than 200 feet per minute. But more importantly, we can't climb more than 500 feet per minute, which is going to be kind of challenging. Anyway, we are taking a cargo worth, well, a cargo that is 11,800 pounds of hazardous gas. The kind of, what do they call them? Hazardous cargo jobs pay good money, so that's why we're taking it. And we're just doing a short 32-mile hop over the border into Botswana to a little airstrip just inside Botswana. So that's the plan for today's flight. So let's jump aboard and see if we can get this thing started up. Now, I have had quite a lot of issues with this aircraft. Particularly being able to get it to start has not been working. So I'm going to give it one more try. Obviously, you won't see the other 5 or 6 tries that I've had. And, oh wow, that looks a bit weird. Anyway, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I'll go fly something else. So, let's come down here. The fuel that Neofly has loaded is in the aft tank, which is position 3. So, fuel tank's on. We can then do boost pumps left and right. Okay, throttles, we can crack a little bit. Mixture to auto rich. Props are fine where they are. Then lights, bright, 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 and we don't need that one on. Battery, this guy on. Both and both. Generators both off, inverters both on, off, off, off. Okay, now I've been doing a bit of research because I've been trying to figure out how to get this to start. I tested this the other day when it first came out and I had no problems. And of course, now that I want to use it in a video, it doesn't work. But there seem to be 2 different ways that people are using to start the engines. I've tried both today and neither of them worked. So I'm going to just try one of them. Let's see if we can get the left engine, oh sorry, the right engine to start. So we go start switch. And that is spinning up the flywheel. So we give that a bit of time to spin up. We then go mesh. We give it about 2 or 3 seconds and engage the primer. And now the engine should stop, kick in to start, and if it works, we should get noise. And we get nothing. Okay, the other thing I've noticed is that the cowl flaps appear to be backwards. That says closed, but they're definitely open. Okay, that didn't work. Let's turn off the carb heat and the superchargers. Those are definitely on, right? I guess up is on. I don't know what these do. I've never tried those. These don't do anything. Tail wheel lock. Hang on, down is on, right? Oh, down is on, so these should be up. Because the parking brake is currently on. What is this lever here? I'm assuming this is the landing gear. Yes, okay, cool. Yeah, then there's nothing else. Double check. That's where the fuel is. Tank number 3. I suppose we could try tank 1 as well, because there's fuel in that also. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, that is on. Alright, let's try again. So starter. We can mesh that and engage the primer. And let's see. Nope, nothing. Okay, let's try engine 1. Same thing. Okay, just to double check. Props. What if we push the props up a little bit? This shouldn't make any difference. And we're auto rich on the mixtures. Mesh and prime. Nothing. Okay, that's all. That's off. There's nothing else really that I can think of that would affect this. Let's turn on these for interest's sake. Yeah. Then let's try the other method. So the other method is to go primer, then start. And then mesh. Same thing. Okay, so unfortunately, our 46 is not working. We need to get these jobs out of here. So I'm going to see what other options we have to be able to do these flights. And I'll see you in just a bit. Okay, so some good news. We managed to get our mechanics to have a look at the 46, and they have actually got it running now. However, as you can probably see, we're now kind of into the late morning. It's actually early afternoon, so we've lost quite a bit of time today in mechanical issues. Right, so let's jump aboard and be on our way. So everything is clear. Let's release the parking brake and make our way out of here. Right, we can do an intersection departure from here. That's no stress. Okay, so the other thing we need to be aware of is, from what I understand, the rudder authority when you start your takeoff roll is not particularly good. So I believe they use differential throttles on the engines to kind of straighten things out on the runway. And then once the tail kind of comes up off the ground, you get a bit of, well, then your rudder authority is decent enough to be able to control it with the rudder like we usually do. So I'm going to keep that in mind. So I've split my throttles on my HOTAS so I can actually do that. But that is not something that I'm used to doing. Okay, we get the landing lights on. I should have plenty of space. To get it straight, and then engage the tail wheel lock, which is down here. Right, we'll hold it on the brakes a bit. Let's get the power up. Okay, here we go. Tails coming up.
Have a safe flight. Keep an eye on your vertical speed.
I nearly forgot about that. Okay, let's get the gear up. Start getting flaps up as well, I think. Okay, we're probably going to keep it pretty low for this flight. It's not super long. Okay. Everything looks good so far. We're pretty slow, although this aircraft is pretty slow as it is. There we go. Keep it in a gentle climb. Obviously, we don't want to exceed 500 feet per minute. And we're sort of heading in the right direction. Maybe want to go just a little to the left. Okay, flaps and gear are up. Brought the power back and the props back as well. So now we kind of just cruise along. Okay, we can probably aim for about 4,500 feet and give us a little bit more of a climb. Just coming up through 4,200. And I have a feeling I don't think the gear and the flaps are responding. Oh no, they are. Okay, I thought my HOTAS wasn't actually doing things for a second there. Okay, we're slowly picking up speed. But I mean, I don't think we're gonna expect to go much faster. Right, 4,500. Get it trimmed out. I think the terrain might actually keep rising, so we might have to keep a gentle climb as we go. A little bit of movement in the air. It's kind of shifting around, nothing too crazy though. I guess we can expect that flying so close to the ground as well. Okay, let's test out the gyro pilot. So when I was checking things out, it seemed like this actually engaged it. Okay, which it does. And that's just sinking us into the ground, which we can't do with this cargo. that's a little bit better. I'm not actually sure what this is achieving. But we want this to be up a bit. Something like that. What does this say? Oh, cage, uncage, okay. I don't know what this is actually doing. That just appears to be like a visual reference. I really don't know the gyro pilot at all. Okay, now that we've properly leveled off, let me give this a couple of clicks. Oops, down. We can actually bring it down to that 4.5. We are actually going pretty reasonably quick now. It's not a super long flight. We're probably just a few minutes out already. We're coming up to, I believe we're coming up to the border with Zim. Sorry, with bots. Then, how do I get it to turn right a little? It'll be this one. Stop. That doesn't seem to be making any difference. This is just moving that little indicator. I don't know where that's taking us now. Do we have a heading bug? Can't be that, can it? Okay, let's ditch this. And we'll just keep flying it ourselves. Now, if I remember correctly, this little airstrip is pretty small. This is still doing something. Okay, now I have control. Cool. Okay, so we need to fix all of that and head more to the right. And I think those buildings over there, that might actually be where the airstrip is. So, I'm going to start slowing down. In fact, I think that's exactly where the airstrip is. It looks right, because here's this road that goes past here, which we're crossing over now. There, but you can just see it behind us and over there. Which means we're approaching perpendicular to the runway, which is perfect. So we'll cross over midfield and then left-hand turn to come in. It's runway 02, I think. Yeah. There's the airstrip. So that's a river next to it, and the airstrip is just this side. Okay, this is going to be interesting. There it is there. Not particularly long. And we need to touch down nice and gently as well. Keep that in mind. Let's get fully configured here, so we'll get the gear out as well. Plane actually does feel kind of heavy, which is good. Okay, we're coming in pretty low. We should hopefully make a gentle touchdown a bit easier, because there's no obstacles really to worry about. These bushes are not like super tall or anything. We should be okay. And then we just need to be in mind that this aircraft is quite high in terms of the wheels, and it's sitting high off the ground. So you feel like you're still quite far away from the runway when the wheels touch down. Like, we're probably almost there already. Let's see. There we go. Oh god, that was far too hard.
Nice landing, pilot.
Okay, never mind. She's happy. Oh.
Contact ground for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
Okay, that got really close, but I think I've saved it. Used a little bit more width than just the runway itself, but I think we're okay. Right, we need the tail wheel lock off now. Now we can get the flaps up. I think I landed with a tailwind too, didn't I? Just looking at that windsock. Okay, pretty intense. I think we could have done worse. drop off our hazardous cargo, and then make our way back to Vic Falls. I don't know if there's anything to pick up here. I haven't actually looked yet. Yeah, we did land with a bit of a tailwind. Not the best. But you see, the windsock disappears in that view. It's there in this one. And now it'll kind of start phasing into view, so... I've sort of stopped trying to spot windsocks from the air. So it's weird, at this angle, there we go, now it exists. Not much of a tailwind. Oh, is it actually facing the other way? Oh, no, never mind. We did actually land in the correct direction. Ugh, not much wind in any case. Right, so we'll taxi to the end here. And then, yeah, just looking at the time, because of all our mechanical delays and stuff, we're going to head back to Vic Falls and head straight down to Cape Town. Just don't want to arrive there too late. What is that thing on the ground there? Is it a, oh, it's a little forklift. Okay, that'll do. Right, let's get these off. And we'll switch these off too.
Ready to unload the hazardous cargo. Please stay in your seat until it's off the plane.
Okay, so we're gonna spend a little bit of time unloading the cargo. And I'll see, oh, I don't know why this is on, if we have anything that needs to go back to Vic Falls with us. And then we'll be on our way, so I'll see you in just a bit. Okay, there we go. So we have another hazardous cargo going back. Let's actually look at what it was. Let's see. So they're busy loading that up, as you can hear. We have chemicals. So probably some sort of farming, fertilizing byproduct or something like that going from this area back to Victoria Falls. Right, sounds like they're done.
Cargo has been secured. Take it easy while taxiing and avoid those invisible speed bumps.
Okay, now, the true question. Batteries on, that's up. Actually, what I found was it seems you're supposed to have the generators on when you start. I don't know if that would make a difference. I think it would make it more difficult. Is that the water that we can hear running there? Crazy. Okay, so the question now is, can we get it started again? Because if it doesn't start out here, we're in a bit of trouble. Okay, let's go auto rich, which is about... there. Right, start, give that a little bit of time. Mesh 1, 2, primer. Please work. Aha, okay, that's good. Good news. Right, that's off. Start. Mesh 1, 2, primer.
You're good to go.
Alright, that's good as well. Let's close that up. Okay, tail wheel lock. Down is on. Yes. So that's set. That's all good. Landing lights are on. Okay, props must come up. Mixture auto rich. That's cool. Right, what else do we need? Okay, what I do want to mess with is nav. VicFalls is 11, or VicFalls VFR 1167. I don't know if we're even picking that up. It's kind of that way. I guess we'll see if we pick that up once we're in the air, possibly not reaching us on the ground here. Yeah, none of that's changing. Avionics is on. Oh, this can come off now. So, yeah, possibly not seeing it just yet. I don't really need it because, again, kind of know where to go. Okay. Let's release the parking brake. We'll hold it on the toe brakes. Let's see if we can get out of here. There's 60 knots. Tail should start coming up soon. We are pretty heavy, so it's okay. There we go. Now we should have some rudder authority. Whoops. Okay, she wants to fly. Okay, we keep it below 500 feet a minute climb. Gear can come up.
Breathe deep and try not to think about what will happen if you fail this mission.
Thanks for that information. Okay, let's start getting flaps up. And we can gently head to the right.
Please be advised our systems are showing your FPM has increased beyond the allowed rate.
Okay. Obviously we just briefly went above 500 feet a minute because we're okay now. Okay, let's back off the power like we did on the first leg, and that'll help us not to exceed that. That needle just jumped, so I wonder if we're now picking up that VOR. Okay, flaps are up. We can bring the props back a little bit as well. that needle I don't think is showing us anything important. Okay, maybe it is. That seems quite far. Okay, that's also picking up. I wonder where I set the course now. Prop levers are freaking out. That's better. Is this the course? Oh, this is for the gyro pilot. That's why it wanted to turn. Yes, okay, I remember this now. I'm not sure what it's doing with this over here, though. Did it change that? Okay, that seems to be something different then.
Stay alert. Your altitude is changing too quickly.
Oops. As I'm messing around with systems that I don't understand. To set like the normal course. What's all this up here? Oh, that's ADF, okay. Now, this doesn't seem to do anything. We're basically heading in the right. Are we heading? Yes, we are. Pretty much bang on. A little bit to the right, I think we need to go. What are we? 03-ish? 040? .055 is about what we need to do. Just looking at the map. I don't know this like really old school avionics stuff very well, as you may have noticed. Thought that maybe that would change it. Other thing, which I also didn't do in the previous flight, is close the cowl flaps. That should give us a little bit of extra speed, reduce the drag. It's actually quite bumpy. I've actually gone over the 5,500 feet I was looking for. Okay, coming up to 5.5. We're picking up speed nicely, almost at 200 knots now. Oh no, that's bad. Whoa. It is throwing us all over. Okay, heading's pretty good. We're closer to 6 now, which is... yeah, maybe... 5.5 is pretty much what we want. Okay, we'll keep it around this altitude. Now we're not too far now, we're about halfway. Okay, once we get to Vic Falls, we'll land on the same runway we took off from. In fact, I can see the airport up ahead already. Okay, there's the airport there. It's runway 12, the one we'll be using. Right, let's back the power off a bit. We can start descending gently. Keep an eye on the vertical speed. We want to stay below 500. Yeah, now I feel like we're pretty high, and we can't just drop at like 1,500 feet a minute, so our cargo will go bang. So let's start getting some flaps in. Okay, below 120. So we can slow down. I think we'll put the gear out as well, and we might as well just go flaps full here. Well, let's keep that vertical speed up.
That's
it.
rate is too high. Lower it to an appropriate rate, or you may suffer a toxic leak.
Keeping it as...
Stay alert. Your altitude is changing too quickly.
Keeping it as slow as possible. I think we're still going to be too high here. Actually, we got lots of runway. That was pretty close though. I mean, it stalled it there. Oh geez, and I'm aiming for the taxiway as well. Feels like we're not descending at all, and I'm doing the max that we can do. I know I'm far too high here. Yes, this is the other thing, is that this dangerous cargo with 500 feet per minute descent is also making me come in quite shallow. But that's okay. Let's see if we can land it this time without bouncing. Okay, and don't forget, we still have more flaps and the gear to put out. I can't believe that we didn't blow up the cargo on that last bit there. Okay, let's see if we can get the gear and the rest of the flaps out while we're turning. Probably not the smartest move, but it'll also help us tighten up this turn. A little bit of an overshoot. We got plenty of runway to be able to correct.
standard landing that we like to see, pilot. Contact ground for your parking assignment, then shut down your engine.
This is very important. I need this guy. Okay. I wasn't expecting the landings to be particularly good, considering it is a tail dragger and it's pretty big and heavy as well. But could have been a lot worse. Just go back. Why am I struggling so hard? Parking brake is off. I damaged a tire or something. Huh. Let's get the flaps up. Yeah, it looks very cool, this aircraft. Flies pretty nicely too. Right, we'll park it up where we started from, and then we are into the 146 for a 3-hour flight, leaving sunny Zimbabwe behind and heading into cold and rainy Cape Town. Still raining in Cape Town. The visibility is a bit better. It's now all the way up to 10 miles. Wind way better, not gusting 29, it's just variable at 7, but only 11 degrees, and it's the middle of the day, so that's cold. And but still raining, and the visibility is expected to get worse. So in the next hour or so, oh wow, the next hour or so, visibility down to 1,000 from 10,000. Great. Oh word, the DC-3 is gone. How is that possible? Is it just gonna like phase in once we get closer? Because that's weird. Yeah, it's gonna start phasing in there. The people coming. Yeah, maybe not. Should have seen it by now. Is that a bug, or is that supposed to happen? Because all the other times I've been to this airport, I've seen it. I've never not had it be there. Crazy. I think that's kind of cool if it comes and goes, because you can pretend it's out on an operation. And that's great. I mean, yeah, we should have seen it by now. Okay, that's cool. are safely arrived at Vic Falls. So let's turn this off. This can come off.
Initiating the unloading of hazardous cargo. Please wait confirmation from my colleague before proceeding.
That's pretty much it. Oh, these. And those. Okay, that's done. Those are closed now. That's done. And that's all done. Right, hazardous cargo sorted.
Amazing. That was a stressful job to take on, but you smashed it out the park.
Right, so it's time. It is 1300 Zulu, so we're about bang on time, to be honest, because we probably advance a half an hour or so as we go and get ready in the 146. So let's make our way down to Cape Town. So I'll see you in just a bit in the 146-300 freighter, and we'll head down to rainy Cape Town. I must say, the C-46 is pretty cool. It's slow, but I actually quite enjoyed flying it. Landings weren't great, but yeah, definitely a very cool vintage aircraft. I have some ideas of things we can do with vintage planes in the Neofly series, but we'll see what happens. Otherwise, this guy's going to stay here at Vic Falls and do these cargo runs into some of these more remote areas, and or the kind of areas that need bigger cargo loads but have rough runways and stuff like that, because this is a nice kind of rugged aircraft to do that. But anyway, I'm going to cut it here, and I'll join you in just a bit in the 146. Okay, so here we are loaded up on the ramp. Payload, fuel's done. We're pretty much full up on fuel. This is right at the edge of this aircraft's range. We do have aux fuel tanks in here, which means we can take a little bit less cargo, but we can actually make it all the way from here to Cape Town. So this is our beautiful 146-300 freighter, and it is now about 1 o'clock. So, well, 1 o'clock local time, which means we should be arriving in Cape Town 4:30ish local. So that's the plan for the next flight. Let's jump aboard and get everything prepped. Again, I'm not going through any official procedures. I'm just going to do kind of the necessities. Right, again, as we're getting stuff prepped, I absolutely love the 146, and it's had some really cool updates. So we obviously now have the FMS, which is completely custom made, which is very cool. We also have things like random failures, which is awesome. So I have those on the realistic setting, so we shall see. Okay, so we've got battery power. We need all of these guys on. This should be on auto. That can go on, and then yellow and green. Those should all be off for now. That should be set to auto. That's all good. We can turn on all the fuel pumps because we've done all of the fueling. Right, APU generator on. And then these guys should all be on, arm and arm. We don't have external power. This can go to APU. And as we come up here, APU, we can get that up and running so long that's correct. These are all fine for now. Ice detect can come on. These will leave off until the engines are running. Right, APU air needs to be on. We will keep the packs off just for now. Actually, yeah, we'll start up the engines with the packs off. That's good. Right, then emergency lights armed, seatbelts armed. Okay, logo lights we don't need. No smoking set to auto. That's set to armed. Nav on high. Strobes, beacon light can come on because we are about to start. That's all good. Now, if we come down here, we should be able to bring this up, but we need hydraulic power. So we come up here and we go PTU on, and then AC pump on, and then we should be able to bring the stairs up. Close the door and remove the chocks. Very nice. Why did this scroll all the way down? That's random. Okay, then before we go ahead and do any of this, APU is up and running, and that's on, and that's on. That's also on. Those are all on. Okay, cool. Why is this off? Do we just have to turn it on? Yes. Okay, these can all come on as well. And that's on standby. Brakes are set. Cool. Let's push that in and turn on the flight directors. Very nice. Okay, let's say accept that. Now, I don't believe there's a way from here. Actually, no, there is a way to... There's no way to load a Simbrief route, is there? That loads if you set it in the like the map when you set up the flight in Flight Sim. Let me just check, because I thought Simbrief was integrated into this. Okay, I was right. You can do it. I just had to export it from Simbrief into the JustFlight flight plans folder. So now if we go to flight plan, we go to copy route, there we'll see it over there, and we can choose number 1 and hit enter. Perfect. Okay, what else do we need to do here? So fuel, that is correct. I don't think we need to do anything else there. Okay, let's just go through all of this. We're not doing directs. Right, so let's come here then and do departure. So we are departing, and this is scrolled all the way to the bottom again. Oh, that's weird. I just have to mouse over this and it thinks I'm still clicking on it. Interesting. Okay, we are departing. I think it's 29. Where is it now? Oh, runway 30. Cool. Right, enter that. And we have no SID. So we add that to the flight plan. Okay. Arrival in Cape Town. I think it's runway 1. No, 19. So that is 3. Enter. And we are on Addons 1 Bravo, which is 2. So we can go 2 and hit enter. Perfect. And then it's the ILS, definitely. And it would be 3. I think we'll do, but we'll refine this as we go as well. Right, if we go here to performance, that's there, so that's pretty much all we need. This next. Okay, that's fine. I'd say we target 1,800. And now we get a top of descent in 1,000 miles. Now we don't put the cruise altitude anywhere in here, which we should. which is worrying. See, I thought it would be in here or in VNav itself. Let's look here. So which is the first waypoint here that has us at cruise? We're cruising at 28. Where does it tell us here? Here. No, this is not. That's not it. Flight level. There's nothing there. 240. O'clock. Oh, is that only if there's restrictions? That's weird. And this has o'clock at 300. We're not going to 300. We're going to go to 28. Even 28, I think, is going to be too high. Why does that have o'clock at 24 then? If we go through this, does it have a specific altitude at o'clock? It's got for these. Nothing for o'clock. Interesting. Okay. It seems then. You see, I thought we'd go to VNav and hit data. That doesn't do anything. Or flight plan, hit data. That also doesn't do anything. Data doesn't seem to do anything. Right, then I think we're good for now. This could go to standby. Cool. Now we can fire up the engines. Okay, so we are clear around us. Okay, packs are off. Those are all off. So let's do engine 4. Start master or start power is set to normal. And start master to on. And then start. Then we come down here. And once that reaches 10, we introduce the fuel. Then we can just keep an eye on that. Okay, and engine 4 is coming up nicely. Very good. And that's extinguished, so we go 3 and same thing. Start. Come down here. And we can introduce the fuel. Now, this is another thing that they've added. We can put our own documents there, which is cool for like charts and things. Right, we've actually done all of this. And that is coming up. That's still on though. Set our bugs for flaps 18. Right, then we can go to engine 2. Nine and 10. Oh, engine anti-ice on. What's all of these? Oh yes, I actually remember that now. Okay, we've done after that, then we'll do after start. Okay, that's still engaged. That's coming up. There we go. We should see that extinguish now. And that's out. So that can come on. 2, 1, and then start 1. And we're looking for 10%. Is that actually percent? I don't think it is. I think it's just... Let's come down here. I don't think it's percent. That's N2. Sorry, N1, so it is a percentage. There we go, percentage RPM.
Everything looks good from where I'm sitting. Taxi to the runway and take off.
Okay, QNH, where we are right now at Victoria Falls, 1018. Okay, this can come on. We'll set flaps to 18. We're going all the way up. Oops. To 28,000. We'll see. We can arm that. And we'll arm our heading mode as well. Right, this is what I wanted to check. Can we actually go all the way to 28? Yes, our maximum is 29. Right, we can turn off the engine anti-ice now. This goes back to off, that goes to off. APU stays on, APU air stays on, packs come on. Generators 1 and 2. The galley power can come on as well. Battery, good. Engine 1 generator, good. Engine 4 generator is good. Ice. So that's these need to come on now. That's done. All that's out. Parking brake is fine. That's also fine. Brake fans is also fine. This can now come on, and we set that to take off. This we'll use a bit later. Okay, temperature today, let's do 45. It is currently 27, so that'll give us our reduced thrust takeoff. Fuel damper can come on. Alright, that's all good. This goes to RNAV so we can use the GPS routing. Good. Then if I come down here, if we put this on map, we actually can. Where's the range? Here. We can actually see our routing. Oops. Okay, so we're gonna do heading. Let's go over here and go to charts. Taxi. Okay, so we're currently parked over here. We're doing runway 30, so we're actually going to do a 180 onto there, and we'll back. We don't need a backtrack. We can do intersection from there. Plenty of space. This aircraft has pretty good short field performance. Right, let's go taxi lights. We don't really need runway turn off. It's the middle of the day. And then I think the last step is to check here. Start power normal, that's done. Start master off. Anti-ice off, generators on, brake fans auto, hydraulics on and checked, heaters on. APU is currently still on, packs on the APU. TMS set for takeoff. Doors and windows closed, ground power and shocks removed, transponder is set and standby. Right, very nice. Cool, let's get out of here. That's roughly runway 30. We'll set it specifically once again on the runway. Okay, bugs are set for takeoff. Temperature set. Altitude set and armed. Heading mode engaged. Flaps 18 set. Okay, landing lights. Strobe lights. Packs on the APU, which will shut down after takeoff. Right, we're nice and heavy today. Okay, wind is 0 degrees at 5 knots, so barely any wind. Right, all looks good. I love this aircraft so much. I can't wait for the RJ. That's gonna be so much fun as well. It's just such a cool looking aircraft. Just, I don't know. I find it really interesting. Anyway, right, there we go on the runway. Let's just quickly line that up, something like that. Right. We'll advance the throttles until the TMS takes over.
TMS sets takeoff.
There we go.
Power set, flex achieved. Speed alive, both sides. Cross-checked.
Okay, gears coming up. We used almost all the runway. I did say we were heavy. Okay, let's go. Vertical speed. Autopilot on. And then we'll disengage, bring the nose down a bit, and go back into vertical speed mode so that we can start speeding up. And let's dial this around and get us on the GPS course. Okay, engine air can come on, APU off, APU air off. Oh, one thing I didn't do, whoops. Okay, just waiting for the speed to come up. let's reduce our vertical speed even more. Wow, we are climbing very slowly.
VFTO, safe height speed, select flaps on.
Okay, flaps coming up, and then we should increase speed quite quickly now. 210 knots, we go IS holds, keeping an eye on this so we can flip over to LNAV as we get a bit closer. Okay, there's 210 knots coming up now, IS mode, and we'll start climbing pretty fast. Let's go into sync. Bring the power back to about 90. Something like that'll do just fine. Right, that's coming up. Okay, let's go LNAV. Alright, we're already going all the way to cruise. So let's go standard. Alright, very nice. Now we're climbing at a decent rate. Right, just passing 8,200. We're on course now. Let's have a look. That looks good. I remember earlier when I was saying this aircraft is Cat 2 certified. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, there's 9,000 feet. We just have to get up to 10,000. We then switch off the landing lights and we'll speed up to about 250 knots, and we'll keep that for the climb up to 280. There's a way to switch this off. Aha. Oh, and you can click here somewhere. I thought it was this, but that gets rid of that section. Is it one of these? Oh, it's here. There we go. I don't know what the point of getting... Oh, that's the holder for the tablet, is it? Get rid of that. It's like a writing thing. Okay, past 10,000 because I'm messing around. Landing lights off. Seatbelt signs don't matter because we don't have passengers. But we're gonna go vertical speed, sync, drop it down a bit. The speed increased to about 250, back into IS. Okay, current weather for Cape Town. Raining. Oh, no, not currently raining. but expecting rain soon. It is currently broken clouds at 4,000 feet, but expected to have thunderstorms and rain, and visibility down to 1,000 feet. Okay, 1,000 meters. So it looks like the weather's not too bad now, but once we actually get there, it's going to be a lot worse. Again, we're probably looking at about 3 hours from now. Okay, coming up to 250 knots. Okay, back to IS mode, and we increase our climb speed. I think just in here is where we flew earlier. It's actually more this side. The airfield's up there. Right, I think this is going to be quite a long climb. So our little hairdryers are working as hard as they can, but we are heavy. We're already climbing less than 1,000 feet a minute. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll cut the video here, and we'll cruise along to Cape Town, and I'll join you again when it's time to prep for our descent and arrival into Cape Town. Alright, so it's almost time for us to begin our descent. We are 54 miles from top of descent, and as you can see, we are well over the cold front that's currently causing all the bad weather in Cape Town. Cape Town weather. Winds 280 at 10. Visibility 0.6 statute miles, 1,000 meters. Clouds broken at 2,000 feet, scattered at 3,200. Temperature 10 degrees, heavy rain. QNH 1005. So that's what we're in for in just a bit. So 280, we'll be doing runway 19, which is what we planned for. Right, but we need to get this guy back. So this is what we are interested in. We are doing runway 19. Okay, so right, 191 degrees, 109.1. An intercept at 3,000 feet, so we can dial that in so long. Okay, 109.1, the course of 191, so let's do that. that's in. Okay. Minimum's 100-foot radio. So we can put that in here. Best approach altitude 4,500. And we'll go to Cape Town VOR, so 115.7. So that's ready in there, and we'll put it on this side as well. So we're not picking up even the Cape Town VOR just yet. Even on this side. Okay, so that's okay for now. Right, if we go missed, runway heading to 4.5, then left turn to the VOR, and we hold at the VOR with an inbound heading of why doesn't it show? Outbound 190. Okay, so I guess I just have to work that out, which is fine. It's just normally it's written over here. Anyway, not a big deal. And then hold it 4,500. Right, that's pretty simple. Okay, what have we got left? 32 miles, 34 miles. Okay, so for descent, PTU pressurization, the PTU is on, and this should be on auto. Oh, these should be on as well. Okay, then if we come here for descent, PTU on, pressurization set, briefing complete, bugs at seats. So PTU on, that's on auto, that's off, which I think is fine. Pressurization, now this I'm still not sure. Do I dial this down now? I don't think so. Or do I just set QNH? Not 100% sure what I'm actually supposed to do with the pressurization. Okay. Right, that's good. And then here we just set our speeds for flaps 33. Probably don't need to do flaps 33. Flaps 24. So VREF 128. Okay, we are 23 miles from top of descent. Look how thick it is down there. then I think we're pretty much prepped. Frequencies are set, course is set, altitude set. We've got the Cape Town VOR as well. Missed approach we know and is briefed. And minimums are set as well. So we've just got a couple more miles and then we start our descent, and we aim for about 1800 feet per minute. Start that. So I'm going to go IS mode and then go into descent. Now we won't actually use the descent feature for quite a bit. We're going to start descending, or start backing off the throttles and start descending. Once we get to about 1800 feet a minute, I'll just go into vertical speed mode. About there. Now we just make our descent into Cape Town as we're over the mountains here. We're going to be turning right shortly. The airport is there somewhere. You can see these mountains sticking out, but Table Mountain is completely covered. That's over there. It looks pretty thick down there. Okay, let's go and have a look. we are LS1 Bravo, just double checking, which is this one. Great. There's a bit of lightning down there. Oh, check it out. Exactly where we're turning. Okay. So we come into this point, we then turn to 110 degrees. That's 30. There's 120. There is 110-ish. Looks like the visibility down there is actually okay. Still lightning in that one area, basically. It's opened up a little bit as we're getting closer to the airport. And it looks like once you get through that layer, we might be okay. I mean, it does say 2,000 feet, so should be fine. Anything on the weather radar? Not at the moment. I don't know if the weather radar in this aircraft is actually functional. We should really be picking up Cape Town's VOR by now. There we go. That's why. Us now, we continue basically straight in until that point, and that is 11 DME from Cape Town's VOR, which is that one. So we're currently 50, so at 11 DME we turn right to 110. Something is not right here. It's not 110, it's 10. Like so, ice detected. Nothing on the weather radar. That's pretty rough. Coming up to 12,000. Back off the power just a bit. Bring the speed down. We're supposed to be 210 here. 250 at 30 DME. We're currently 40. We're just about 250. this might get kind of rough as well. Okay, landing lights coming on. Okay, APU coming online. We're coming up to 7,500, so let's go. QNH 1005. Okay, into the rain now. Now, 28 DME from Cape Town. At 11, we go into heading mode. This should be on. Okay, 22 ILS. We're now picking up the DME for the ILS frequency as well. Okay, 1,000 feet to go. We're still pretty far out, actually. Not too bad. Okay, 19 DME. There's 3,000 feet. Let's get some power back in to maintain about 210. Okay, 17 DME. Yeah, weather radar is actually working now. Although this scale seems totally wrong. 60.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Okay, I'm not going to go flaps 18 just yet. DME. Okay, there's 13. $12. 2500 radio. The weather looks terrible. Shocker. Okay, into heading mode. Alright, now we can flip this over to the VOR. And course 101 set. Frequency 109.1. Checked. Okay, let's set 010 over here, which is the reciprocal basically. If we need to hold, we'll flip over to nav 2, because that's on the Cape Town VOR frequency, and it's got our inbound heading for that hold as well. Right, localizer and glide slope are alive. This looks pretty bad.
Autopilot disconnected.
That's not good. Yeah, I think that was just a gust of wind. It seems okay now. Okay, let's start getting ourselves onto an intercept here.
Localizer armed. Glide slope armed.
13 miles out. Not gonna lie, this isn't looking great. The rain stopped, but there's still lightning all around.
2,500.
Okay, we should intercept the localizer shortly.
$2,500.
Localizer captured.
There we go. Let's get the first stage of flaps in.
Glide slope captured.
And we're back into the rain. Glide slope captured as well.
Speed check below 205. Select gear down.
Okay, gear coming down. Keep an eye on the speed. Flaps 24 landing, so only one more notch.
Speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
Okay, gears down. The flaps are set.
Established on the ILS.
Can we see any ice on the wings? Kinda looks okay. The ice detector light is extinguished now. Still got the engine anti-ice on. Temperature is 10 degrees. I'm gonna leave it on. 1,400 feet. Thousand feet.
1,000.
$700. Feet.
500.
Yeah, this is not happening. Going around. Get the autopilot in to help. the speed down a bit. Flaps coming up, and we're going to back off on the power to keep it around 210 knots. Okay, we're flipping this over. I didn't set the heading properly, damn it. I don't think we're going to be able to make it in here like this. This is crazy. Okay, we've still got 2.5 hours endurance, so we can easily divert to like George. Even PE is fine. I don't know if this actually captured. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is just go into the hold here while we figure things out. Speed's good, it's a lot less bumpy here. It's not getting any better though. Back into the rain again. think we might end up going somewhere else. Well, here looks way better. Okay, it's a little better now. But look at that layer underneath us. We're not getting through that. Still 3 tons of fuel on board. Range of 700, but we're at a low power setting as well, so it's a bit less than that. Yeah, but that turbulence and the lightning is the biggest issue. Going back into it now here. Doesn't look like it's gonna get any better. It looks like it's probably gonna get worse, to be honest. Part it again. Okay. Let's go back here. What was our alternate? Uppington. That's far. What's the weather like in George? George is pretty chilled. No clouds. Good visibility, cav okay. That's where we should go if we need to divert. This looks really bad here. Okay, let's give it another try. So it's 052. Uh, 12 DME. We then turn left and follow the 13.9 DME arc and join onto the ILS once more. It looks pretty bad over there. We're not going to get through that thick layer below us. Oh, look at that. We can actually see the ground here. It's a little bit more encouraging. Okay, coming up to 10 DME now. Okay, let's get some flaps. We're about to make our turn. Alright, so let's dial this down to 20. Okay, let's
Glide slope armed.
intercept the localizer and the glide slope. Yeah, we're going back into the bad stuff again. Minimum still set. Right, this time let's set this correctly. Oh geez, I haven't intercepted yet. That's bad. Oh no, I can't mouse over it because everything's wobbling.
Localizer captured.
Okay, we're on the localizer now.
Glide slope captured.
Now we can turn this. glide slope, 2,300 feet. Let's get the gear down. Back into the heavy rain. Feet. This is where it seems to be the worst. Okay, flaps for landing.
Established on the ILS.
It's so dark here as well. Rain is slowing a little bit. Now, out that way I could just barely see the ground, but I don't think we're gonna get that here. Okay, at least we're out of the rain and the lightning sort of for now. 1,200 feet. And now we go into this lower layer, which is just... yeah. 1,000 feet. See, I'm not sure why I can't engage this in like a go-around mode. ...600 feet, yeah, there's no hope here. Feet.
500.
450. 300. 200. Going around. Okay, gear coming up. Laps 1. Let's get the autopilot on to help. Up to 4, 5. Altitude. Okay, flaps up. Let's go back to maintain 210. Okay, we're going to Port Elizabeth. No, on Port Elizabeth, George. Let's go ILS mode. come on, man. Yes, this really frustrates me. Okay, Overberg VR. Are we picking it up? Nope, not yet. Okay, 150. Okay, flaps up, gear up. Right, I think that's the first time in the Neofly series that I've actually had to divert. Okay, climb power is good. We're climbing nicely. Just passing through, coming up to 9,000 feet. At Overberg VR, we're still not picking it up. And the next one we need is George itself, which is 1166. Okay, 10,000. Landing lights coming off. Now we're going to turn the engine anti-ice off as well, which will actually give us a bit more power, and there you see the climb increase. I'm gonna go old school for this. Just use the VRs. We should pick up that Overberg one shortly. I'm gonna go a little bit to the left. Then what that means is, once the weather clears a bit, we might be doing a late night flight into Cape Town, so we've got to get this cargo there somehow. Oh, good reason why we're not picking up Overberg, it's 1154. There we go. Weather update for George. Skies are clear, 14 degrees. Winds 280 at 19. Altimeter 999. So shouldn't have any issues. Okay, so let's go. We want approach. Wind's 2.8, so we'll do ILS 29. Okay, so we'll join in this procedure. So 109. I want to turn out to be at 9 DME. Does that mean we turn at 5? It doesn't look like it, but we just need to be at 9 DME to turn around and come back in. And that'll be 3,000 feet initially, and then crossing the VOR down to 2.5. 1166 is set. We'll see when we pick that up. And I think basically what I'm just going to do is dial this to 109 and we can go straight in on that radial. Something like that. Okay, let's get some light on this side. Okay, passing 19,000 feet, coming through for 21,000. Okay, 42 miles to Overberg. Keep an eye out for that George VOR 1166 set. Okay, so we do that 109, right hand turn out to 9 DME, and then circle back to join the ILS. Cool. Leveling off at 21,000. set about 650 here and go target. George's VR is now active. Right, so at the Overberg VOR, we need to go slightly left. Right, 17 miles from Overberg. A little bit more power and do 660. Probably turn these off now. And we can come up here and that's off. Okay, cool. Can then switch over VR1 to 110.1 and 294. Oh geez, shouldn't be doing that now. Whoops. Go 4 miles from Overberg. Okay, let's go heading, and now we can dial this. First we switch this over. 109. And heading go out to about there. probably do a little bit more. Okay, then what was that ILS course? 294. Now I can dial this in here. Just looking somewhere here, I'm pretty sure there's a dome light. Doesn't seem like it. Guess we could always just use these. Yeah, interesting. Don't really need that. Okay, we're actually probably going to intercept this radio pretty far out, which is fine. We only really need to be on that as we get to the VOR. Okay, this we can now switch over, and that'll now be the ILS at George. Don't want to see is lightning out in front of us. Okay, fuel, we still got a bit. Got an hour on board still, 424 miles. That will be plenty. Cool, we're coming up to intercept. Slowly. let's go into VOR. Okay, it's definitely clearing below us there. That's a good sign. Right, now, why does this not understand that this is an airport? How do I accept this or something? Unless... Yeah, okay, it's got it. We're doing 2.9. Oh, what am I doing? 2. That's it. Okay. It doesn't say. Oh, there we go. Overhead George. We still have another hour's worth of fuel. That doesn't seem right because that's exactly the same as what we have now. Something is not happy. Okay. Right, we're on our 101 radial now. 60 miles to go. Which means we're going to start our descent. So we can come up here, this guy can come on. Right, 109 degrees. We then turn right to hit. Oh, that's got a little thing. When approaching, use the request for procedure turn. That's fine, okay. So it doesn't tell us exactly where to turn. Okay, so 3,600. Okay, we intercepted 2.5. Minimum is 200 radio. 48 miles. Okay, speed set for flaps 24 again. And let's do flaps 30 actually. Also, it helps to use the landing calculator, not takeoff. Looks like there's a little bit of cloud down there. Although the METAR for George says no clouds. we shouldn't actually be 109. We should be 114. I was reading this line, which is actually probably to the VOR. I don't know what the next VOR would be. Oh no, that is markings for this, is it not? So that this side of those radials, yes, there we go. Because of the terrain, that's what it's for. Coming up to 10,000, which means we need to slow down. Let's get the landing lights on. We'll do runway turn-off lights so long as well while we are here. And we'll start the APU. APU bleed, engine air bleeds can come off. Okay, visibility looks good. No clouds. I can see the ground already. Oh, there's some clouds out this side. The airport is basically straight in front of us. Slightly to the side. Okay, might as well set this while we're here. 999. Set. That looks like the runway lights up ahead. Just coming through 6,000. We need to set up for our procedure turn. So let's just... it would be 114 plus 45, which is 159. So just do 160, which was kind of where I was actually. Okay, so that is from VOR, not the ILS. So that'll be this side. Right, and then once we do that turn, so we go into heading mode, and I need to flip my VORs back into split. Because currently we're on this one, and we need that one for the ILS. Okay, I already have the runway in sight. Something that never happened in Cape Town. Okay, next altitude is 2.5. Check. Okay, the weather looks great here. Possibly a little bit of haze, maybe some clouds out that way, but otherwise, fantastic compared to what we just came from. Okay, there's 3.6, down this down to 2.5. Now's the tricky part, because we need to aim to be out there at 9 DME. So I'd say probably 6.5, 7. Maybe that's completely wrong. Okay, we're at 0.4 currently.
$2,500. There's 4 DME. 9 DME is pretty far. I think we'll do like 6.5. It doesn't actually matter, because you just start this turn at 9 DME, but whether your line is there or there, I guess doesn't matter too much. Right, put this back. Flaps 18. Right, coming up to 9 DME now. Localizers live, glide slopes live as well. So let's arm those.
Localizer armed. Glide slope armed. Localizer captured.
Alright, captured the localizer already. Approach is at 3600, so once we capture the glide slope we go to 3600 on the altitude selector, climb on that same radial. Oh, it's 294 of the VOR. So we can dial this in to line up with that. And then climb to 3600. And then we turn back at 8 DME on the 274 radial to enter the hold. Really shouldn't be going around this time. Plenty of visibility, and we've been able to see the runway from 10,000 feet even. Okay, that glide slope needs to start coming. Cool, it is. So windows are set, gear coming down, flaps 24 for landing, coming up to the glide slope. This is all set, engine airs off, AP is on.
Glide slope captured.
Glide slope.
Established on the ILS.
Actually we said we're going to do a flaps 30 landing. So flaps are now set for landing. Let's just manage the speed. Runway's already in sight, and 1500 radio. A little bit bumpy. The wind is quite gusty here. To 19 knots, so nothing ridiculous. It is going to move around a bit. Getting kind of low on the glide slope here.
1,000.
Bit of power. That's a bit better. Wind is pushing us all over the place. Okay, 700 radio, 650 coming. 500, I have control.
Plus 100, minimums.
Continue.
Flight slow.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ground idle.
That was a harder landing than we'd like to see.
Raining now as well, actually.
Transporter from dispatch. Clear the runway and taxi to parking.
80 knots. Brake pressure seen. 60 knots.
Wow, well, we are actually on the ground. I believe that this is actually a taxiway that we can take. Okay, let's get the spoilers up. Oh, the spoilers down actually. Flaps up. APU is already running. I think I'm going to keep the landing lights on for now because it's pretty dark out here. But I can switch the strobes off. Okay, flaps are coming up. Weather radar can go to standby. Alright, but welcome to George, which is not where we plan to be at all. So that means we still have another flight to do, and this is going to have to continue either late tonight or early tomorrow morning to get this cargo from here over to Cape Town where it's supposed to be. So we will still have to do that at some point before, well, that's not going to be part of this episode. We'll put that in the next episode. Right, we can actually power this off now. Just that little bit of rain as we were coming in. Wasn't a great landing, but as you may have already been able to tell, I'm pretty tired now. I do already feel myself making like simple mistakes, so I'm not surprised the landing wasn't great. If I look here, I've now been recording this episode for 7.5 hours. It is currently 1:15 in the morning. So yeah, I kind of understand why I was making simple mistakes and why I didn't have the best landing ever. And also, I'm just super happy to be on the ground. And definitely what I'm going to do is go and sleep. And we can complete this flight in the morning because I reckon Cape Town's weather is going to be bad all night anyway, and trying to deal with that in the dark is even worse than what we've dealt with so far already. Okay, let's get the landing lights off. We're just going to use this stand for this evening. There might actually still be some commercial flights going in here tonight. Right, we'll leave the cargo in the aircraft. Okay, parking brake is set. And we can simply come down here and just shut down the engines. Right, anti-ice is off. Generators, galley. This can now come off. This can come off. PACX 1 and 2 off. APU air off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off. That's fine. These can come off. That's it. That's done. Fuel pumps. This can go to shut. Engine hydraulic pumps, PTU, AC pump, right, lift spoilers, anti-skid, brake fans, avionics, and yaw dampers, then wing lights, logo lights, beacon lights, nav lights, and then I think we are done. Oh, ice detection, off. And the last thing we have to do is shut down the APU. And then the batteries. Okay, but there we are. That was eventful. I didn't expect the visibility to be that bad at Cape Town, because I mean, it was saying overcast at 2,000 feet. And visibility of 2,000 meters? No. By the time we got there, it was 1,000 meters. Should I even look at Cape Town's METAR, look and see that it's completely clear? No, it's not. It's pretty much the same. Well, the visibility's gone up 4,000, but still rain and thunderstorms. Although it says light rain now, so it is improving a little bit. But I reckon we're going to call it a night, spend the night here in George, and then bright and early in the morning we can then take the 146 with our cargo over to Cape Town. But yeah, what an eventful flight. That is the first time I've actually had to divert, if I remember correctly, on the Neofly series. Wow, I parked it right, look at that nose wheel right on the line. Jeez. So yeah, pretty intense. The other thing I realized is that the lightning just absolutely causes my PC to fall apart. But yeah, anyway, if you made it all the way to this part of the video, as always, I really do appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. And if you do want to follow along with this series, you know what to do down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so it is the following morning, and as you can see, it's still a bit cloudy in the area. It's probably about 9:30ish, maybe a bit later. We'll check when we get into the cockpit. But the rain is sort of coming and going. It has been for the whole morning. This is kind of the best it's been so far in terms of it isn't really raining at the moment, but possibly more rain could roll in later on. But we've got plenty of opportunity to get out of here now. The plane is fully loaded. They're just busy fueling up, which should be done in about 5 minutes or so. And looking at the weather in Cape Town, it is still raining there. However, the visibility seems to be a lot better. It's saying visibility 10 Ks, and then clouds, few clouds at 2,000 feet, and broken at 3,700, temperature of 10 degrees, and light rain. So we should be able to make it into Cape Town without too much of a hassle, assuming that the weather stays like that. It is looking like it's supposed to get a bit worse, possibly in the afternoon, but maybe even earlier. So I think we should get going as soon as we can and see if we can make it into Cape Town while the weather isn't too bad. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's jump aboard and have a look at what's happening with the refueling process. All right, so they're about halfway, so they should be done in about 10 minutes time, and we'll give them some time to do so. Let's go and start getting things set up though in the meantime. So batteries can come on, we will get the APU up and running, and with that we'll make sure that these guys are on. That's cool, those can stay off for now. That's all fine. Right. Let's do... Up here, make sure that our nav lights are on. Beacon will turn on a bit later. And then these can go to auto. Armed. That's all fine for now. Okay, we can come up here and turn all of these on. Brake fans to auto. Anti-skid should be on. Yellow and green. These stay off for now. Right. Auto transfer, that should be closed. These will switch on once we have completed fueling. Okay, then these should all come on as well. Those are now done. Emergency exit lights armed. These stay off for now. Even though we're flying cargo, we'll just put that on. This can stay on for the moment. APU air comes on. We don't really need the packs at this stage because I'd probably mainly use that just to keep the passengers comfortable. But again, we're just flying cargo today, so we'll just leave those off and I'll turn them on once we are taxiing out. Because of course we do need them for like pressurization and stuff. That can all stay off for now. Right, let's come down here and just have a look at our routing today. Okay, so we're putting 5 tons of fuel on board. Our alternate is we simply come back here if we can't get into Cape Town. Right, then I guess we can program in our routing. So it's Etbull, UQ49, AIRAC, UQ51 to Getten. Okay, so let's power up these guys. And we can do the same with all of this while we're here so long as well. Let's come back here. That's on standby. This should be on. Okay, so flight plan for today. Right, so we're starting off at George. I love how I click the transfer button to switch these on instead of actually switching them on. Right. Okay. So George, and then we go to... Oh, this is the one that scrolls by itself when you're not looking at it. George direct to Etbull, UQ49. Right, then we go into list. And we go to airway. Oh, we need to be on this one. Right, UQ49 is number 2, so we enter that, and that takes us to AIRAC, which is 1. Right, then UQ51 to Getten, so same thing again, we go into list, we go to airway, UQ51 is number 6, enter that, and Getten is the only option we have anyway. Perfect. And obviously from there we are landing in Cape Town. Cool, then we can go into menu, departure. Today we're going to be doing runway 29, which is number 2. And there is no departure from there, so we just accept that. Back to menu, our arrival. Cape Town is 310. So let's see which runway they've actually given us. It's probably runway 1. Right, let's have a look. Yes, okay, cool. Right, so we'll take that, which is 1, so that's correct. Get in 3 Alpha, which is number 3, and it is ILS, so number 1. And this one would be, we'll do number 2. Right, add that into the flight plan. That's all done. So let's see, fuel is now done. This isn't active yet. That's just for information. We're not doing direct. Flight plan is done. VNAV. I still don't know if there's a place somewhere where we can enter our cruise altitude. Okay, but that's all done. But this hasn't updated. So let's go here. Okay, fueling is complete now. Why do we have no cargo though? Okay, I'm just going to do instant because this should have happened earlier. Still not putting very much in there. Our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 34.9 and it's currently only 27. That's better. Okay, so I think what I did was I added the Simbrief fuel but not the payload. Okay, we can use that to set the trim. And if we go here, did that update this? Cargo 89. That seems about right. Okay, cool. Then I think we're good. So that's at least done now. Right, if we set this in at about 1800, that'll at least give us a top of descent once we're up and running. Okay, fueling's completed now, so let's turn all these on. And then we can come up here and turn on the beacon light. Power up the PTU. Get the stairs in. And we can close the door, get rid of the chocks. I think we are ready to get out of here. Oh, the clouds seem to be clearing a little bit. It's like the weather's all moving that way, which kind of makes sense. You can see the wind is blowing the clouds that way. Okay. Then next we turn on all of these and we get the engines up and running. So that's all good. Start master needs to be on. We start engine 4 first. That's all good. Right, let's go and start up engine 4. Okay, looking for 10%. This I can actually turn on now as well. Alright, introduce the fuel. While that's powering up, we can come down here. We'll do a flaps 18 takeoff. So we'll set that. And we'll just dial this up to 35. Flight directors can come on. Okay, this should be on. And that we can turn on as well. And we click there. Cool. One thing I didn't do was double check. It is 260. Right, let's get engine 3 starting. Okay, there's 10. Fuel coming in. Right. Heading, I'll sync up exactly once we're on the runway as usual. But we are doing runway 29. Which is around there. Yeah, the sun's actually coming out of it. It's a lot brighter than it was earlier. Okay. Engine 2. Right, QNH for George, 1012. Okay, engine 2's coming up. And engine 1. Okay, dispatch is happy. Okay, we'll flip this to RNAV because we're going to use the FMC. Okay, generators for the engines can now come on. I don't know why that one's not. Interesting. Okay, let's get the packs on. That's a bit worrying. Aha, okay, cool. It was because of the starter. Right, that's fine then. Okay, runway exit lights can come on. Taxi lights. We'll leave the APU for takeoff, but these need to come on so we get hydraulic pressure from the engines. The rest of this is fine for now. Strobes and landing lights before takeoff, that's set. This after takeoff, that's already on, that's done. And we can actually leave that on, to be honest. think we are good to go. Alright, come down here. Let's see, what issues do we have? Parking brake is on. Flight recorder's off, that's fine. This guy can come on now. And set for takeoff. Perfect. Okay, let's release the brakes. We're going to turn out to the left because there's some stuff on the right hand side. And then we will taxi left hand turn onto the taxiway. I'll show you what I mean when I say left-hand turn. Because there's really only one taxiway here. And we need to go for runway 29, which is the direction we're facing now. So once we get down there, we turn left. I don't know what's going on with the windsocks here. There's like two next to each other and they both show the exact opposite wind direction. The one on the left is correct. Right, so this is the left turn, and then we go all the way as far as we can, and then onto the runway. So this takes us full length for runway 29. Runway heading is actually 294. Okay, let's do landing lights and strobes. TMS set for takeoff. The other thing we need is one stage of flaps. Oh, actually looks a little bit wet, this end of the taxiway. Okay, flaps set for takeoff. Lights, strobes. Last thing is the heading bug. Okay, so we'll sync that up. Something like that. Okay, heading, altitude. We are good to go. CAS is okay.
TMS set to takeoff. Power set, flex achieved. Speed alive, both sides. 80 knots cross-checked. positive rate of climb, gear up.
You can switch from mode to reset.
Alright, let's get the autopilot on. We'll go vertical speed. We can go sync and just bring that vertical speed down a bit so that we can increase our speed and get the flaps up. So I aim for about 1,000 or just over 1,000, something like that. We're looking for 210.
Speed. Select flaps.
Okay, flaps coming up. Right, there's 210. We go IAS, sync. Now we can bring the power back ever so slightly to about 89-ish. Okay, we're pretty much on our course anyway, so we can flip over to LNAV. We'll make a small adjustment to the right, and then we are good. We're already going up to a flight level, so let's go set standard. Okay, runway exit lights can come off. Engine air can now come on. APU air and APU off. Everything else is cool for now. Okay, climbing through 6,000. Alright, altitude selector is set, altitude acquire is armed. Not altitude acquire, altitude arm. Okay, 7,000 feet, 10,000 feet we'll do landing lights off and increase our speed to about 250 knots. Looking at a flight time of about an hour from here. Okay, coming through 9,000 feet. Watching that ice detection warning, expecting it to go away as we get above the clouds nicely here. Okay, we're through 10k, landing lights coming off, and we'll go sync again and bring the vertical speed down. In fact, first we need to engage vertical speed. down the speed as it increases and go back to IS at about 250 knots. Still have that ice warning, but I'm okay because we're out of the clouds, so I think we should be fine. Okay, about 245 now. Alright, there's 250 knots, IS engage. This I definitely should have done before we took off. So there's 25. So we'll do something like that. So all that's left is to climb up to our cruise altitude, cruise onto Cape Town, and then hopefully this time actually land successfully at Cape Town. So I will see you in a bit when it's time to prep for descent. Okay, so it's about time to start our descending factor, actually a couple of miles over. It's not the end of the world, so we're going to go down to 2,000 feet. Right, so that is a bit strange because we're way further than we should have started descending, but I was watching the top of descent thing, so I wonder why it's put it so far out. So we're going to have to do a bit of an orbit here, which is not the end of the world, I guess. But yeah, we should have started way sooner, not just the 12 miles that I was over. I mean, a lot sooner than that even. Okay, so that's fine. We'll do some kind of orbits here just to get us down, but at least the weather looks okay and we should have no issues getting in. It looks like there's the worsening weather. There's a bit of rain down there as well. That's going to be coming in, making it worse later on. So it looks like we're here at a good time at least. Okay, while we are descending, let's go into charts. Okay, so ILS for runway 1 is course of 11 and frequency 110.3. Okay, so that is our frequency done. Course to 11. And that's all good. We can actually go out of RNAV now, and that looks good. The other thing we're going to need to do is slow down a bit shortly. We'll let it level out the turn, and then we can start descending. Oh, sorry, start slowing down while we descend. Okay, so let's go vertical speed mode. We'll go sync, and then we can just adjust that vertical speed. So, okay, I'll let the speed come down to about 210 and then go back to IAS. Right, otherwise, frequencies are set for the ILS. We are back into nav mode, so we will see that ILS appear. And our localizer is actually already alive. So is the glide slope by the look of things as well. Right, again, shouldn't be any issues with the weather. Okay, if we come back here, missed approach altitude 6.5. At 6,500 feet, sorry, at 2 DME, so we climbed to 6,500, but at 2 DME we turn left to 330 and intercept that radial, and then at 6,500 we then turn right direct to the VOR, and then we join the procedure once again. That is from the VOR, so we need 115.7 on the other one. Oh, this one's so much easier to dial. This one sucks. Okay, that's set. And then what I'm going to do is put in there a course of 346. So if we go missed, we'll switch this over to nav 2. Okay, 346, and then we turn and go back direct to the VOR. And at the VOR, we then do 012. So that would be a 192, 6 point. Oh, and then we just join the hold with an inbound course of 012 degrees. actually a little slower than I wanted. So let's go back into sync and just increase that vertical speed again. Which is also good because we need to descend. Okay, coming through 12,000 feet now. Could get the speed brakes out if needed. And I think we're going to do that. So we'll go IS, and we'll get a bit of speed brake out and to increase the descent rate. Okay, coming through 10,000 feet, landing lights coming on. Right, and at this point we should start positioning ourselves more towards the ILS. Right, coming up to 8,000 feet. What are we, about 15 miles out? See that next kind of wave of bad weather out there, which looks to be moving in. Okay, 2000, frequency set, altitude armed. All we need to do next is slow down and get the flaps and gear out, obviously. I can see the airfield already. Let's do this as well. 1018 is now the QNH. Okay, so we'll arm the localizer and the glide slope.
Glide slope captured. Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Runways in sight. Okay, so it appears our glide slope is already captured.
2500.
Speed check below 205. Select gear down.
We're coming up to the localizer now as well.
Localizer captured. Speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
We'll do flaps 30 landing.
Speed checked below 170. Select flaps 30.
Okay, so flaps are now set for landing. Landing lights are on. Runway turn-off lights on. PTU's on. Approach altitude set.
Established on the ILS.
Okay, gear, flaps, lights, all good. I don't know why Flight Sim has just stopped downloading the textures for the scenery.
1000.
So I mean, the ground scenery isn't updating. Anyway.
Autopilot disconnected.
Plus 100. Minimums.
Continue.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ground idle.
That was a harder landing than we like to see, pilot. Taxi to parking and shut down your engine.
Brake pressure seen. 80 knots.
Yeah, I'm actually just gonna roll it down to the end because that's where the cargo apron is as well.
Knots.
Okay, let's get the spoilers up. Right, flaps coming up. Landing lights and strobe lights off. Okay, APU on, APU air, engine air can come off. And the cargo apron is right here. Okay, parking brake set, flaps are up. I can actually turn off these lights now. Come up here and turn these off. APU generator is on. And we shut down the engines. Right, we can switch all of these off. Brake fans off, anti-skid off. Yellow and green. Oops. And off.
Ready for engine start.
Off and off. Off. All of these can come off. That's fine for now. These are off already. That goes to off. These all come off. Nice detect. That's done, that's done. Seatbelt signs. Beacon lights. Off and off. That can stay on. That's good. Right, if we come down here now. Cool. And then we can open up this as well. But for this, we're going to have to come up here and do these guys. Okay, but there we are, finally. I mean, a day late. Less than a day. We were supposed to land in Cape Town last night, late afternoon, and we are here kind of mid-morning the next day instead because of the weather. But we have finally made it all the way from Victoria Falls down to Cape Town in preparation for what's coming in the next episode. But eventually, after all of that kind of run around, that is going to bring us to the end of episode 29. If you did make it all the way to this point, as always, I really do appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. If you did enjoy it, you know what to do down below, and I'll see you in the next one.